sending somebody a message. Okay, now I'm back. Okay, so guys, writers, just help. Be aware of this thing if you need help with your canvas. Okay. With that being said, let me give you this morning's agenda and we'll go forward. So this morning's agenda is I'm going to talk to you about the homework. I'm going to talk to you, and after we do homework, we'll do our current events. And after current events, we'll talk about chapter 2. Does that work for everyone? I have one current event this morning. Does anyone have a current event that they haven't sent me yet this morning? You have a current event, Raul? Do me a favor, Raul. Send it while we're talking to my email, because that way at a certain point I can load it up into the presentations and we can see what we're doing on the email, on the current events. Does that work for you, Raul? Good morning, Lita. I'm seeing your message. Great, Raul. Thanks. And I'll put you on the list. Okay. So I have 2 of them so far. Okay. I'm going to switch over here to the homework. So when you went to the files, you'll notice there was a file in there called Chapter 1, whatever it was, XLS. No problem, Sakshi, no problem. I'm going to go over number 10. I'm going to go over all of them. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. All right. Number 1. Does anyone have any questions on question number 1?
You are now unmuted.
Professor?
Yes, Daniel.
The questions that you posted like on the files and everything, they're a little bit off from the questions in the book, correct? The numbers were a little bit off?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Right. The numbers at the bottom are a little goofy, but the number at the top is correct.
Okay, yeah, all right, cool. Because I was calculating.
So when you click on the bottom, when you click on the number to print it, number 1, it'll come up. Number 1, it'll come up. But sometimes at the bottom of the page, it has a different number.
All right, I was just making sure I was calculating correctly.
Yeah, but
you are now muted.
So number 1 should look like this. It should be Lanny's Pizza Parlor. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You are now unmuted. You are now muted.
Okay. Okay. So would you like me to do number 1 here? Is that what you guys are asking? Okay. So number 1.
That's not good.
You had to open the book and read the book. So for question number 1, it says, last month, Lanny's Pizza Parlor generated $77,000 in revenue. Her total expenses last month were $64,000. How much profit did she make? So revenue, right? Right here. You would put in the number 77,000. I don't think this doesn't right. So revenue is 77,000. We're going to subtract expenses of 64,000. And that should be equal to 13,000. Does that work? Okay, let me see what my dog's telling me. Well, my dog was running around. I don't know. He must be looking for something, maybe get some more food. Okay, so that's number one. Everybody's good on number one? Okay, moving on to number two. Okay, so number two is pretty, so we've got this here. And we can do this problem a couple of ways. We can go this way, or we can go across and then down, or we can go down and then across. I personally do it however. Okay. So if I add, I went this way. I went from top to bottom. So how much total revenue did we have this month in question number two? Did we add up 935 plus 935.50 plus 1177.60 plus 1461.80 plus 1545.11, and you get $5,120.01? Good. Okay. So the note that here is 5120.01. You put that number there. You put 5120.01 right here also, right? Okay. We know that we want to, and in here, this spot here, we know we need to make $1,400. That's how much we want to make here, right? So if you subtract 5120.01, excuse me, if you subtract $1,400 from 5120.01, you should get 3720.01. Do you get that number? Okay. That tells you what your expenses have to be. So over here, so you go back up here and you discover to get what the expenses were, 77,180 all the way down here, and you should get right there 3786.79. Is that the number you get here? Okay. So if you subtract 3786.79 from 5120.01, you should get in this box 1333.22. Okay. That's. Does anyone else have any questions on question number 2? Okay. All right, moving on to question number 3. Okay. So question number 3 says calculate it to 2 decimal points. So what we have to do here, this one, let me read you the question. This was important. So this one gives you the total revenue. And then you've got to calculate the food costs, the labor costs, other costs, total costs, and profit. So last year, Isabella's sub shop generated $455,500 in revenue. Remember, revenue is always 100%. Her food cost for the year was $143,500. So you put 143,500 right there. Her labor cost for last year was 122,400, which is right there. And her other costs were 81,750, which you'd put there. Are we good so far? Okay. To get our total costs, we had our food costs plus our labor costs plus our other costs, and our total cost should be $347,650. Does everyone get that number? Okay, good. So good. So how much the profit was 400 is 347,650 subtracted from 455,500. You should have 107,850. Okay. To get the percentages, the food cost percentage is the food cost divided by the revenue. So 143,500 divided by 455,500, and that should give me 31.50%. The labor cost is 122,400 divided by 455,500, which is gives me 26.87%. The other cost percentage should be 81,750 divided by 455,500, which would give me 17.95%. The total cost percentage is 347,650. You can, yes. Yeah, if you multiply by 500, it gives you a percentage. Otherwise, it gives you a fraction. So 347,650 divided by 455,500 gives you 76.32%. And at the end, your profit's 23.68%. Okay. Does anyone have any more questions on question number 3? All right. Question number 4. Question number 4. You need to have a textbook for, because you see how it's printed here. And remember, it moves to another page. There's a little bit more of a page, but see what happens when I go to 100. So when you print it, it goes to here at 100. Okay. So let me expand it back up here to 125. It works better. So this is our chart right here that they give you for March. The pie charts, if you could draw those, great. I didn't need you to. I didn't expect you to. If you can do it, more power to you. Okay. It says, so it gives you the March numbers, and now we want to see the owner's projections. So I'll read it to you. Sue Chan manages a popular restaurant called The Bungalow. Her profit and loss for the month of March is as follows. Reading it, then Sue has a meeting with the owner of the bungalow, so she decided to create a pie chart showing the percentage of her costs in relation to her total sales. There you are. It goes there. At the meeting with the owner, Sue was asked to change the information on the pie chart to reflect next month's projections. The owner suggests that the April revenues and costs should be as follows. So right here for April, he shows the revenue should be $120,000. He shows that the food and beverage expense should be $44,000, and that the labor and other expenses should remain constant. So labor here was $40,000. It becomes $40,000 here. Other expenses were 21. They become 21 here. Okay. So we know that revenue is 120. We know that our food and beverage is 44. We know that our labor is 40 and other expenses are 21. So our total expenses here, when you add them all up, should equal to $105,000. Okay. So 120 minus 105 tells me I have a $15,000 profit. All right, Lita, what am I going to ask you to do? I see sometimes when we have the problem, I see you're logged in 3 times. Sometimes I ask people to log out, but we'll try and make it because I see you're logged in on one of them. Okay. So we got the $15,000 here. So remember our food and beverage for April on the owner's projections. The food cost percentage is 44,000 divided by 120,000, and we should get 36.67% right here. Dividing the labor expense here, 40,000 divided by 120 should give me 33.33. Other expenses, 21 divided by 120 should give me 17.5. Total expenses, 105 divided by 120 gives you 87.5. So I get a total profit percentage of 12.5%. Did that numbers work? Okay. How much is the owner's profit going to be, higher or lower? It's going to be higher by 7.5%. Okay. Moving to this question. Okay, after looking at the owner's projection, Sue, she thinks it might be too difficult and not so good for her guess if she cannot increase labor costs along with sales. She proposes a compromise and tells the owner that if he will agree to increase labor costs, she will try to decrease other expenses. So Sue proposes the following. So right here, for the month of April, she proposes $120,000. She proposes $44,000 in food and beverage. She proposes $50,000 for the labor, and her other expense is $19,000. Are we good at $19,000? Are we good here? Giving us a total of $113,000 in expenses. So 120 minus 113 gives me $7,000 in profit. Okay. So when we divide 44 by 120, we get 36.67% for food and beverage. When we divide 50 by 120, we get 41.67 for labor. We divide 19 by 120, and we should get 15.83. We divide 113 by 120, we get 94.17. And when we divide 7 by 120, we get 5.83. Do those numbers work for you? So it says, using these numbers, is the owner's profit percentage going to be higher or lower than in March? By how much? So it's going to be higher, but it's only going to be 0.83% higher. So we're good. All right, does anyone have any questions on number 4? Moving on to number 5. Okay, so number 5. We've got all the numbers basically. We just have to figure them all out. So let me read it to you this way. The dining room at the Road Rock Inn is extremely popular. Terry Ray, the food and beverage director, is pleased to see that his revenue is higher than last year's. Of course, expenses are higher also. Express Terry's expenses in profit as a percentage of total revenue for both this year and last year. Fill in all empty blanks. So the first thing we do is we do the easy number. Revenue, 100%, right? Revenue, 100%. Okay. We'll then add up our expenses. The total expenses this year are $853,055. Okay. Total expenses for last year are $805,300. $805,387, correct? Okay. Our profit for this year is $110,916. Okay. And this year last year's $70,034. Okay. To get our percentages, to get our food and beverage for this year, it's $367,069 divided by 963,971. Should it give us 38.08%? Okay. Coming across to last year, the food and beverage expense, $347,168 divided by 875,421 gives you 39.66. Labor expense this year is $338,009 divided by 963,971, which will give you 3507. Coming over to here, 316,151 divided by 875,421 Should give me 3611. Okay. Other expense becomes 1534, and it becomes 1623 here. Total expense here, 8849, 92. Profit 1151, 8%. So it says, how is Terry doing managing his expenses this year compared to last year? He's doing pretty well. He's lowered them all. He's got 3.5% more in profit, and what's happened is by having more customers, he's been able to lower his expenses because he has better productivity. Okay. Any questions on number 5? Okay, good. Number 6. Pamela Cantu operates a school food service department in a small rural community. She feeds approximately 1,000 students per day in 3 different locations. She receives an average of $1.20 in revenues per meal. Her budget set at the beginning of the school year by the superintendent is developed in such a way that a small amount is to be reserved for future equipment purchases and dining room renovations. These funds are available, however, only if Pamela meets her budget. She hopes to use this year's reserve profit to buy a $5,000 refrigerated salad bar for the high school. Because it is the midpoint of her school year, help her determine her performance to budget thus far. Fill in all the blanks. Okay. Continuing on with it, assuming that the year is 50% completed and Pamela continues doing what she is doing, is she likely to meet the reserve requirement and thus be able to purchase the salad bar by the end of the year? If not, what changes should she make over the next 6 months to ensure that she will have the $5,000 in reserve? Okay. So, the important things we need to know here. Revenue is revenue. So, budget is whatever we want to serve it as. Okay. But essentially, we're 100% here. How much revenue? If we divide it, we get there. So, here's the question, because I've got the wrong page in front of me. All right. So remember, to determine the budget, we have the actual divided by the proposed. That gives us a percentage. Okay. If we have served, what's our percentage of budget? How many of the meals for the year have we served? If we budgeted 300,000 meals and we've actually served 149,800, What percentage of the total number of meals have we served? Okay. You guys are good. You come out 49.9. Sometimes I roll it to 50, depending on how you did it. I called it 49.93, and I'll explain this to you in a moment. Okay. How much revenue, how many dollars do they get per year? Right, this is the hardest. Go ahead. You think $360,000. Okay. Okay. I think some of you didn't get that number. Am I correct that some of you did not get the number 360,000? The way we get the number 360,000 is it says Pamela receives an average of $1.20 in revenues per meal. So we've served 300,000 meals. So 300,000 times 120 should give us $360,000. Does that work for everyone? Okay. To get this number right here, what did you guys get? Good, Raul. Good. Good. So it's the same thing. 149,800 times 1.20 should give you 179,760. And then when you divide 179,760 by 360,000, you should get 49.93. Same number. Okay, food expense, 84,961 divided by 170. What do you get? $49.98. Close enough. Okay. Our labor expense, what did you guys get for labor expense? You get 51%. Good, good. Okay. Other expense, what did you guys get? Good. 52.4, 52.43. Okay, that's labor. Okay, the others 52.43. What were the total dollars and expenses? What were your total dollars and expenses? For the actual total expenses. Good deal, Sakshi. Okay. Static, I didn't ask the question yet, but you're right. Okay, so the total expenses percentage of budget 50.75. 50.8. So how much money, how much reserve did we create? How much money did we have in our reserve? If we subtract to get our total expenses, we needed to subtract percentages. That's correct. We get minus $413. Okay. What percentage of the budget is that? That's correct. Minus 8.3, minus 8.26. Okay. So does everyone get those numbers or see how we got the numbers? Okay. It says, assuming that the year is 50% completed and Pamela continues doing what she is doing, is she likely to meet the reserve requirement and thus be able to purchase the salad bar by the end of the year? No, she isn't going to be able to have the reserve. It says, if not, what changes should she make over the next 6 months to ensure that she will have the $5,000 in reserve? Okay, if you look at all of her expenses, there are two that are higher than they should be. Maybe three. Her labor expense is a little bit higher than it's supposed to be, perhaps. That's correct, Raul. Good job, man. That's awesome. It's adjusting her expenses, lowering her expenses, so she can make money here. So what I would suggest, how would she do it? She got to, this is my problem. This is a school. Lots of people I knew ate in school lunch. Lots of people I know's children, grandchildren, eat in school lunch. Sometimes the only food little kids get is at school. You don't want to cheapen the food. So you'd want to lower the labor costs a little bit, and you would want to lower the other expenses. how would we do it? How would you play with the food expense? Come on, this is like you do at home. Does anybody make soup here? Okay. How do you stretch the soup? You got it, Svetlana. That's my answer. You add a little more water. Same thing when you make rice. Same thing when you make mashed potatoes. How about the other thing? Macaroni and cheese. Okay. So probably the way to save the money, because the two expenses that are a little bit out of control are the labor expense. Probably watch the hours a little closer. And the other expense. But it depends what the other expense really includes. Because sometimes, think about this, if you work in a restaurant, a hotel, a school, a healthcare facility, or even at home, when you go to the market, you go wherever, you need food film, aluminum foil, paper towels. What happens? Maybe you really only need 2 rolls of paper towels, but you're at Costco and there are 10 of them or 8 of them in a package and the price is right. So you buy 8 or 10 of them, right? And you turn it into a piece of furniture. But what happens is sometimes you buy product and you've got a lot of it in inventory. You buy it because it comes in. You buy it because the containers are large. As time moves forward, it diminishes. And so you've got the same amount of product, but you haven't buying it. That's right, Raul. The bulk items can save money in the long run. So oftentimes you get a deal. Sometimes you find you can save more money by buying a non-perishable, by buying cleaning supplies in bulk. So that would cause this to be off. Okay. Any more questions on question number 6? Okay. Question number 7. Okay, question number 7. I used to think was pure hokum. I used to think this was a joke. Except one of my real close friends is the chef at a hospital. He's the executive chef and food and beverage director for a hospital here in the San Fernando Valley. And I used to tease him about the doctor's dining room. And we had lots of funny stories to talk about doctors' dining rooms. Well, he said, Brian, quit joking with me. The doctor's dining room's a really important place. I said, come on, you trying to poison everybody? He said, no, Brian. I learned that if I have good quality food, at a fair price in the doctor's dining room, it's good for business. Said, okay. So let me read this problem, and then I'll tell you my other story about it. Sam Guild operates a dining room reserved for doctors in a large hospital in the Northeast. Sam's boss has given Sam a target of a 33% food cost, but has indicated that the target may be adjusted. Currently, the doctor's meals sell for $16. Sam knows he currently can spend $5.33 for the food required to produce each meal. Fill out the chart to help Sam find out how much he will be able to spend on each meal at various food cost percent levels if his boss adjusts his target. Okay, so these were pretty simple. To get the amount that's spent, but I can also tell you this is slightly disingenuous, the numbers. You get the numbers by multiplying the food cost by 16, by the 16. So basically, here the number should be 320, it should be 4, it should be 480. They give you 533, but 533 I think is a bad number. That's cheating. Should be about 528, whatever it is. They're a little off there. 35% of 16 is 560, and 640 for 40%. Are those numbers good? Hello? Okay. It says, how will the doctor's meals likely be affected if the target cost percentage is reduced? Okay, if we lower the prices, lower the food cost percentage, what happens? You can get smaller portions and or lower quality food. That's correct, Raul. What if the target cost percentage is increased? You get higher quality food and or larger portions. One of the things my friends tell me, what do you guys know about doctors? I'll put it in here nicely. They're frugal. That's a nice way of saying they're tight with their money. In other words, they're cheap. They want for free. They don't want to pay a lot. Okay. So, let me finish. Let me tell you a couple more doctors' dining room stories. So, at the hospital where my friend works, he's still there. They haven't killed him yet. But they had a lot of people died there from COVID. We would talk about the doctor's dining room, and he would invite us in to have dinner meetings on a fairly regular basis there at the doctor's dining room. We would have a meeting and we'd have dinner. And the doctor's dining room in this hospital had a movable wall, a partition. So it could be a library, it could be a big dining room, it could be a meeting room. We used to meet in the one side and the doctors would be eating in the other side. And I can remember having a meeting. We're having a meeting with the Army. Yeah, Fort Irwin, up there at Barstow. I think that's what it was. Had an Army culinary team come in. And we were talking about what they wanted to do and what they needed. And it was pretty amazing. These guys came in and talked to us. Maybe they practiced a little. We had a dinner in there, and there were doctors in the other side. And we ate. We opened the doors. At a certain point, the chef said, "Brian, open the doors and tell the doctors to come in and eat." Okay. The doctors looked at me when I opened the door, and I said, "Come and join us. Eat dinner with us." They couldn't believe the food we were having in the doctor's dining room, and that it was free. So that's one of them. In the Army, those guys did really well. They needed some materials, and I got them some materials. And what happened to that Army team? What happens when you do a really good job and that you work for a big corporation? You remember, the Army's a big corporation. What happens? You got it, Zach. You get praised, promoted. You guys got it. So we had these guys who literally, they went to Fort Lee, Virginia or something for a big culinary competition. These guys won the competition. You know, overall they won. What happened to the guys? Remember, they belonged to the government. They literally got transfers. One guy who was a pastry chef, literally at the end, they handed him in the middle, they handed him his papers. He got to go home and pick his stuff up. He went back to Washington, D.C. They kept him as the pastry chef. All these guys got promoted, moved around. So those are things that happen. I can also tell you I was in having dinner at the hospital with the guys, and we're having a chef's dinner, and the remark was, "Brian, open the door, tell the doctors to come in." They couldn't believe, once again, the food we were getting. And there would be days I would go up there for college business. I'd have a meeting about internships, and they'd want to feed me lunch. So, guys, be aware, we can do a lot of things, and, you know, people appreciate good food. They appreciate a value. All right.
Dad?
Do we have any thoughts or questions here?
Dad, what's Mom's maiden name?
Let's move on to question number 8.
What's Mom's maiden name again?
Mendoza.
There we go. Thank you, Isabel.
Don Juan
It's for
is
the
the food
vaccine.
and beverage director for a mid-size hotel in a beach destination area. The general manager of the hotel has given Don a target of 10% profit for this year. Don's staff is predominantly composed of her beach buddies. Although she is good at controlling most of her costs, she has a hard time telling her friends to go home when business slows down and she needs to reduce her staff. If she doesn't make her profit goal, her general manager will likely reprimand her and she could possibly lose her job. Express Dawn's expenses and profit as a percentage of total revenue, both this year and last year, to determine if she has met her profit goal. Okay. Revenue this year is 100%, right?
Mom, you come here.
Revenue last
Insurance
year's
has-
100%.
No, but look, can you come here?
Let's go down. Let's figure this
Private
all out.
Medical assistance, Medicare.
Private.
Okay. If we go down, we'll see that we need to know what our total other expenses are. We can get it two ways. This is self-checking. If we subtract, do a lot of things here. But let's do it this way. If we multiply 144,8,956 by 0.015, you should get
Yeah.
$217,343.40.
Yes.
Okay. Remember, I'm into numbers. I like to deal with the decimal points. I like to deal with the cents that are there. Just remember, once you start rounding numbers, you get in trouble because you never know where you truly are. I always tell people that you should round your labor cost, you should always figure it's higher than it is, and you should always figure your food cost is higher than it is. That way you have an incentive to bring them down. It also covers a lot of errors, a lot of sins based on the price, the fluctuation in the price of food. So our total expenses are, we need to add them up, 463,666 plus 652,030 plus 217343.40, and you should get $1,333,039.40. Did we get that? And we get a total profit of $115,916.60. Okay. When we find out, then we divide 115,916.60 divided by 144,8,956. We get a total profit percentage of 8%. Okay. When you add all these numbers up here, it becomes 32, 45, 92, and 8. To get the numbers over here, how much was our food expense last year? 1094276 times 0.35 should give us 382,996.60. Our labor expense last year, 437,710.40. Our total other expense percentage last year was 17%. Okay. Coming to the questions. Was Dawn effective at controlling all of her expenses? No. She was only successful in her food and beverage and her other expenses. Her labor went up. Did she meet this profit goal set by her general manager? No. If not, what could Dawn do in the future to help her make her target profit? What would you tell Dawn to do to make the target profit? Right. But what does she have to do there, Raul? What would be the best way to do it? Correct. Adjust her labor cost. How can she adjust her labor cost? Can she do it by cutting the number of hours her employees work? Changing their compensation plan? Fire all her friends. Raul, sometimes that's the best suggestion, but you know something? Sometimes that isn't what we're supposed to do, is it? Okay. A way you talk to the people about it. Part of it has to do with maybe you raise your prices. Maybe they sell a little bit more. I don't know. Remember, most people who work for you as employees know how much money they need to make every week. Am I correct? They know how much they need to make it their job. So what are they going to do? They're going to figure out a way, regardless of what you do, so they earn the kind of money they need to make. They get paid by the hour. They're going to figure out how many hours they need to work. The key is to make them more productive. Remember something. Think about this. Anybody ever work as a server, a waiter, or a waitress in a restaurant, someplace where you got tips? Yeah, you have, Daniel. I know. What do you remember, Daniel? How do you get more money? How do you get bigger tips? You still do. Daniel, how do you get more money? How do you get a bigger tip?
You just cultivate the relationship between your table and make sure you're serving everything to their needs and just an overall nice and good waiter, so they feel like they're enjoying their dining experience.
That's right. So that you make them feel important.
Exactly.
You're right there with them. And do you give them the upsell?
Every once in a while I try to do it, but I don't push it that much because.
But you say, would you like something to drink?
Yeah, like that stuff like that.
Would you like dessert?
Mm-hmm.
That's the key. You got it. It's just being there. And you know that the more time you're there, the less time they have to spend looking for you and waiting for you, the better tip you're going to get.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what this is about. Is sometimes just being there. And you know that the more you sell them, the more you get tipped. So that's part of it. So it's basically service. And there's a chain of restaurants in the United States. I never ate in one. But next time I go south to the southeast, I might go there. It's called the Waffle House. And the philosophy, Waffle House is open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. If there's a disaster, FEMA looks to see if the place is open or closed to see how bad it is. Where'd you go? Which Waffle House did you go to, Daniel?
You are
I
now
was
unmuted.
recently in, I was recently in the East Coast. I had it in Tennessee, I believe, and it was very good. Like I heard all the stories about it and everything, and everyone recommended it in the East Coast, and it was very good.
Yeah. Was it kind of crazy?
You are now
It was in the
unmuted.
morning, so it was only a couple people. But like I have seen videos of it being crazy, I've seen the thing about Waffle House being like the center of like natural disasters. If they're open, then the country, like the state, is still functioning.
That's right. So, what did you think of the food?
You are now
It was pretty good.
unmuted.
It was very big and everything, very tasty. It got these like big old chocolate.
And the
chips.
price was right.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so so what their philosophy is sell. Yeah, you get a lot of orders. They figure, Daniel, the joke is that if you can manage a Waffle House, you can do anything in your life. That's how complex that job can be. But they also talk about, think of this when I give you this number, Daniel. They figure that after being a manager there for 5 years, you're going to make somewhere in excess of $100,000 a year. Is that wild? Yeah, not too bad. The other thing they talk about is at the Waffle House, when it's busy, they bring in more help. They aren't worrying about their labor cost percentage, because they know the more help they have there, the more food they can sell. And the more food they can sell, the more profit they're going to make. So sometimes when we talk about profit percentages, we're not looking at the right things. Sometimes we need to see how much money we're really making. We need to see how much more profit we're making. So I'm going to tell you that on this one, we're making probably $30,000 a year more in profit. That's the difference. Depends what we want to do. Okay. Any other questions on number 8? You didn't understand. Which question? You didn't understand number 8, Lita? Lita, I'm going to ask you to log out on both of them because Lita, I'm looking here. All right, Lita. I've got you in here for 4, 1. Now there are only 3 of you. Can you hear me now?
According to Minecraft Wiki, Gamepedia, any villager with an accessible
Lita, I still have 2 of you. right, Lita, can you turn on your microphone? Okay. All right, Lita, I have one of you. Lita, can you turn on your microphone? All right, Lita, now you should try. I turned on one of you. Lita, I think, let me ask this. Is anyone else having a problem hearing me? All right, let's see what we're doing here. Okay. All right, so I'm going to move on to question number 9. And when Lita comes back, we can deal with her question number 8. All right, Lita, are you there? I see you have a green microphone. Talk to me. All right. All right, Lita. All right, what is your question on number 8? Can you turn on one of the microphones? Because you're logged in twice, Lita. Okay. Did you have what part of question number 8 is a problem? Okay. Going to question number 9. Question number 9. Lee Ray operates the Champ Steak and Seafood restaurant. Last month, Lee budgeted $3,500 for food in the specific categories listed below. It was a busy month, but Lee thought he did a good job managing his costs. Imagine his surprise when at the end of the month, Lee calculated his actual expenses, entered them in the chart below. He found he was way over budget. Calculate Lee's percentage of budget in each category listed by the chart as well as the total. By how much money was Lee over his total budget? In which categories did Lee's costs vary more than 10% from the amount he had originally budgeted? We'll start there. Okay. Percentage of budget. Remember, the actual divided by the budget gives you the percentage. Then you have the total and the total. How much did Lee budget for the entire month for food? That's correct, $3,500. Thank you. The number's given, and when you add up this column, you get 3,500. What was the actual amount he spent? Good, good. Okay. No, Cedric, he spent. I think, Cedric, double check your math, please. Okay. The percent of, now we'll do the percent of budget, and we'll get to the bottom. So how much was what percentage of his budget was meat and poultry? Yeah, you got 111.67, 111.7. What was his budget on seafood? Percent of budget. Good enough. 129.2, 129.2, 129.17. We're good. Okay. Fruits and vegetables. What was the percentage of budget? Close it. Good, good. 105.7. Yeah. Dairy products. Good, good. Dairy products. Hey, Raul, double check your numbers. Oh, we're good. We're good. I'm sorry. We're good on fruit and vegetables. All right, groceries. What was his percentage on groceries? Good, good. Okay. What was his total percent of budget? Good, good. Okay. Okay. And so by how much money was Lee over his budget? Is over by $575. In which categories did Lee's costs vary more than 10% from the amount he had originally budgeted? In meat and poultry and seafood, he was over the budget, right? Lee said it had been a busy month. Would the number of customers he served affect his actual costs? Yes. Remember, the more customers you have, the more food they're going to eat, theoretically. Depending on the time of the year, depends on your product mix. What would you recommend he do next to further analyze the reasons for his restaurant's budget performance last month? Lee needs to see how many customers he really had. Lee needs to see how many customers came in, what they ate, and he needs to do an inventory. See what he really bought. See what he has. That's correct. So let me ask you guys a question. Why would he suddenly have a, he also may want to see his price, but why would he suddenly have a huge increase in the amount of seafood sold in 1 month? What could have happened to him? No, I don't think the seafood could have spoiled, but I don't think so. Lent? You think maybe it's Lent?
Come in. I'm in class 2.
Yeah, it's Lent. Maybe it was Lent. Maybe they had great seafood bargains. Maybe the price was right. It was busy. Okay. All right, are we good here? All right, moving on to question. Yes, Nathan, go ahead. You got it, Nathan. I'm going to go right back. Okay. I understand that really well. Let me move on to question number 10. It doesn't matter. Question number 10. A little goofy, but we'll make it work. Dowdy owns and manages a restaurant featuring Middle Eastern cuisine. His operating results for this year are listed below. For next year, Dowdy expects that his revenue will increase 5%. He also expects that the percentage of revenue he spends on food will remain unchanged, but that employee raises and rising healthcare costs will mean he will spend 10% more for the cost of labor next year than he spent this year. Because of new cost control measures he plans to implement, Dowdy expects the total amount that he will spend for other expenses will remain unchanged from this year. Help Dowdy prepare a budget for next year that will show the amount of revenue, expense, and profit his operation will likely experience. Show amount in dollars and as a percentage of revenue. Should Dowdy's profits next year be greater or lesser this year than this year, by how much? Okay. So the first thing we need to know is this is our year and next year. So what did it tell us? How much is next year's revenue going to be? Okay. They talk about that the revenue for next year will increase 5%. So to get the revenue, we're going to multiply $1,650,000 by 1.05. That's how I do it for my ease. And I should get $1,732,500. Do you guys get that number? So actually, did you get that number? Okay, I multiplied. We can do this. You have a 5% increase. So you can do it one of two ways. You can multiply $1,650,000 times 0.05, and it'll give you a number of 80-some thousand dollars. Or you can multiply 1,650,000 by 1.05. Did that work? Okay. All right, so you get that number. The cost of food, it says the percentage of revenue he spends on food will remain unchanged. So it says we spent $35,000 this year, 35% this year, right? We're going to spend 35 next year, right? Okay. So $1,650,000 times 0.35 gives us $577,500. Come over here. 1,732,500 times 0.35 should give us 606,375. Okay. Coming over here to this year's cost of labor. It says it's 30%. It says we're going to, so we multiply $1,650,000 times 0.3, and we should get $495,000. Right? Is that what we get here? Good, Nathan, you're back. Okay. It also says, we got to come over here to the cost of labor. It says, revenue he spends, but employee raises and rising healthcare costs will mean he will spend 10% more for the cost of labor next year than he spent this year. Okay. So what does that mean? No, what it means. So you're thinking, okay, the cost of labor goes from 30% to 40%. No, not how it works. He's going to spend 10% more, the cost. Now, notice they talk about the cost. He doesn't talk about the percentage. Cost is the actual money. So the cost of labor for next year becomes $495,000 times 1.1, which is 10%, and you should get $544,500 for the cost of labor. You guys get that? You get $544,500 for labor. Okay. Okay. So I'll repeat the steps on how I got that number. So to get this year's cost of labor, the dollars, I multiplied $1,650,000 by 0.3. And that gave me $495,000. Did you get the $495,000? Okay. It says you're going to have a 10% increase in the cost, not a 10% increase in, not a 10% labor percentage increase, but a 10% cost. So if we multiply 495,000 times 1.1, you should get $544,500. Are we good there? To get the percentage for next year, the labor cost percentage, we're gonna divide 544,500 by $1,732,500, and that should give us 31.43%. Our other expenses for this year are 20% of $1,650,000, which gives us $330,000. Are we good there? Okay. It tells us that he's going to spend the same amount of money next year as he does this year for the other expenses. So this number here becomes $330,000. Okay. To get the budget percentage for next year, we divide $330,000 by $1,732,500, and we should get 19.05%. You guys get that number? Okay.
What the heck are you doing? Okay.
Coming back over here, our total expenses for the year, this year, should be $1,402,500. Yeah, you subtract $247,500 from $1,650,000, and you get $1,402,500. Coming over here, when you add up all the expenses, you get a total expense of $1,480,875. And when you divide that by 1,732,500, you should get 85.48%, which gives you a profit of 14.52%. But when you subtract 1,480,875 from $1,732,500, you get $251,625. How much more was your profit will be greater? You made $4,125 more dollars. Does that work? All right. Any questions on number 10? All right, number 11. Number 11 has a few pages to it. So let me read you number 11. Number 11's not as hard as it seems. Richard Shaw owns and operates 4 Rapid Richards food trucks in a large city. He identifies the trucks as north side, south side, east side, and west side, because these are the general locations in which each truck is assigned to operate. Richard is developing simplified profit and loss statements and a combined profit and loss statement that summarizes last year's financial performance for his 4 trucks. Help Richard complete the financial summaries and then answer the questions that follow. Okay. Let's start with the north side. What were his total expenses on the north side? Good. Okay. So we know that based on the numbers, his total expenses on the north side represented 80.5%, correct? Yes. His food expense was 29.3%. His labor expense was $128,500.
Okay, Google.
Was his labor
To make a
expense
grinder
was
in Minecraft.
30.8%.
According to Dig Minecraft, to make a grindstone, place 2 sticks, 1 stone slab and 2 wood planks in the 3x3 crafting grid.
Okay. On the south side, how much was his revenue? If you add up the total expenses, you'd get 344,750 plus 80, 250. You'll get 425. So you get an expense here. Food expense was 30.29. Labor expense was 30.24. Other expenses were 20.59. You get a total of 81.12%, and you come up with 18.88% profit, right? Okay. Okay. Moving to the east side. Let me shrink it so we'll get the east side in here. The east side. Wonderful. It doesn't quite make it. We know it's 100%. We know that if we to get our food expense is 85.5 divided by 295,000, which would give you 106,250, which would give you 28.98. 102,750 divided by 295 gives you 34.83. You get down here, the total expenses for the east side are $261,000, which gives you a profit of 34,000, which is 11.5%. Are we good there? Okay. Now we're going to move to the west side. Okay. So on the west side, we know 375 is 100%. Our food cost percentage is 106,250 divided by 375, which should give us 28.3%. 28.33%. Our labor cost is 129,800 divided by 34.6, which gives us 34.61. Our total expenses for the west side truck are $307,800, which gives us a profit of 67,200, which is 17.92%. Are we good there? Okay. moving to all units, attention, all units. We do our math, we come up with the missing number, we find out that our labor expense equals $457,300, and we get 32.32%. Okay. Our total expenses, $1,171,550 divided by 1,415,000 should give us 82.76%. Our profit is $243,950 for 17.24%. Says now answering the other questions. Which of Richard's trucks achieved the highest amount of sales last year? The South Side truck was at the highest amount. Which truck achieved the lowest food expense percentage? Did the West Side truck have the lowest food cost percentage? Which truck achieved the lowest labor cost percentage? The North Side truck? Which truck achieved the highest dollar amount of profit? Did the South Side truck achieve the most profit? Which trucks achieved a higher than average profit percentage? The highest was 17.4. The West Side truck, all the trucks except for the East Side truck were good. Okay. Last question. Does anyone have any questions on number 11? Okay. So let me do one more thing because I want to wrap this beast up. We're going to talk about number 12 in a moment. But in the meantime, I'm going to take roll and make sure everyone's not here. Ellie's here. Renee is here. Ina, I've talked to you. Esgul, I talked to you. Elise, I talked to you. Sine, I talked to you. Marges, you're here. Okay. Veronica? I never saw you, Veronica. No Veronica today. Sedek, you're here. Lori, I saw you here. I didn't talk to you. Shala, I saw you.
Here.
Lita, I saw you. Roar, I saw you. Lita, I saw you. Naira, I saw you.
Sir, I'm here. Iran.
I know you're here. Let me talk to you guys. Let me do my craziness my way, and I know who's here. Narar, you're here. Vera, I saw you. Now what, Lita? I know. Don't worry. Just listen, Janet, you're here. Halila, I saw you here at one point. Some of you guys, I'm gonna make you talk because I'm not sure this person disappeared. Okay. Kenny, you're here. Raul, you're here. Monique, you're here. Nathan, I've talked to you. Svetlana, I talked to you. Daniel, I talked to you. Sakshi, I've talked to you. Ron, you're here. Karine, you're here. And Anise is here. Okay. That took care of roll today, guys. That made my life easier. That way I can keep track of everybody. Okay. Number 12. Hi there, Nathan. I know you're there. Okay. Some food service professionals feel the best way to improve profits is to reduce cost. Others feel that increasing revenue is the best way to increase profits. Name 3 specific steps a manager can take to reduce current costs. Name 3 specific steps a manager can take to increase revenues. Which approach do you feel would be the best for the type of food service operation you want to manage in the future? Okay. Ways to reduce cost and increase profit. Hang on a moment. Hang on. I'm back. I'm back. I know who's here. Did I have both leaders here? I think so. Yes, leaders, both leaders, I have you both here. I only missed a few people here. I'll tell you who disappeared. I didn't show Veronica being here today. There's no Veronica. I know and no Halela. So everyone else is here. Who I decided was here. All right. Question number 12. So if I'm going to reduce my cost, to improve my profits, what can I do? I can shrink my portion size. I can lower my quality. That's correct. That's right, Raul. You're on the money, as usual. It's just deciding where to have realistic goals. So you could reduce your portion size, your quality, your staffing, your service levels. You could reduce your hours. If you're going to increase revenue to make it happen, what would you do? I could increase my portion size. I could increase my quality. I can increase my staffing and service levels. And I can increase my hours. Okay. Somehow, you've got to find that fine line where it really works. So as I tell people, what's that place called? I tease Daniel about giving everybody the upsell. But it's when you go to a fast food restaurant, they try and sell you an increase in the combo. Or when they try and sell you alcoholic beverages. They have a special. They try and sell you dessert. Those are all ways we can increase our numbers. Okay, do we have any questions at this point? What I'd like to do at this point is let's take a break. until 10:20. I'll put it in here, put break at 10:20. All right, I will see you at 10:20.
Oh, hello there, Shokofumo. Shokofumo. Where is Shokofumo?
All right, have a good break. I'm going to turn off the recording, and I'm going to do a few things here so we're ready when we come back. And go take a walk, do whatever you got to do, stretch, because it's been a long 2+ hours.
Ah, hello there, Sugarfumo.
Ah, hello there, Shokofumo.
What's up, Pops?
I'm on my 20-minute break for class right now.
20-minute break?
Yeah, because this is my 7:55 to possibly 1:30 class. So we usually get out around like 11 or 12. So hopefully I don't
That's
cut my
cute.
vaccine appointment too close, and I get out of class and I'm like, because I'm just kind of like, I'm not in pajamas. I'm like mid in like the between regular clothes and pajamas and everything. Because I showered last night, but I like to shower in the morning. So like, if I have enough time, I'll shower and then get dressed. But or if anything, at 11, or 11:30, I'll tell my professor I'm leaving to get the vaccine. I don't pay attention to class
At,
anyway, as you can see me playing
at
Minecraft.
11:30?
No, it's 12:45, but
Oh,
just
okay.
give myself time. Yeah.
Where are you getting it?
In Glendale, at the Civic Center, the Civic Auditorium, I'm pretty sure
Oh,
is right across the way from GCC.
hmm. Wow, that's good.
Yes, on North Verdugo Road. Yeah, yeah. Venue location. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, it's right. It's right. It's right
That's
by La.
right by GCC.
Yeah, yeah, right across the street from it.
That's neat.
So yeah, poggers.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you? What are you doing? So you're doing Overwatch and class? Dual enrolled or what?
Am I in class or Overwatch? What?
Are you in class?
Hold on, I'm gonna lower the volume on this guy because he's too loud.
This one dude keeps talking like, why doesn't he shut up already? You know?
I know. Not you.
No, the professor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel
Wait, how
that.
do I do that? Where's the zoom? There you go. Okay. Now I can hear you.
Ah, hello, Shokofumo.
Hi, Shakuhu.
Yen probably hates this at this point.
It's okay. That's his own problem now.
Yeah. Rip him, I guess.
Perfect. Okay.
I just got chickens right now in my Minecraft world because I haven't gotten. I've only had cows and sheep because I live in a desert, so I gotta do a whole exodus across from like the savannah to get the animals in. But I finally got to a butcher. I have like at least like three um at least three villagers at master already, and
Oh wow.
yeah, and yeah, it's pretty pog if I do say so myself.
Pretty boggers.
Pretty boggers indeed. Let's see. I also almost have all of the. Let's see. Just all of the villagers. Oh yeah. Also, I upgraded my weapons, my armor smith and everything. So I got two enchanted diamond leggings and diamond boots for like, some emeralds. And I'm like, okay, cool. Because I haven't even gone to the point of like being able to do that much. So I'm like, oh, poggers.
Hold on, the right back.
Yeah.
My mom is excited that you are acquiring the vaccine today.
Yeah. Yeah.
She can't wait to have all your personal information from the black market.
I will give you all my personal information personally, Miss Luce.
Oh, yes.
Tell Miss Luce that I will personally give her all my personal information.
No,
If
that
only if
wasn't
it
actually.
means.
No, she didn't actually say that. It was just me.
Okay, well, tell her that I will personally give her all my personal information if that means I can dine with her once again in the family.
Oh, Daniel. Wishes to dine once again. Okay, she went on the phone.
She says, "Screw you."
She said, "I don't care."
Ay, Dios mío.
God.
What a fun time to be alive.
Oh, did you say Overwatch?
I'm
don't
playing
like
the
it.
Minecraft Monday.
Coward.
I know.
Okay, fine. Play your Minecraft Monday. You can play.
I calculated
That's
with
later.
Yun, and like I only have I think like 48 hours to beat Minecraft, because the amount of class time that I have, I only have about 48 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you have 48 hours to beat Minecraft. That's actually
Yeah.
more than enough time.
No, blue balls.
Yes, green balls.
Wait, I have to check a book. Okay, I need to get another book. Yeah. There's another book. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna make another lectern, just so I can flex and get a bunch of what's it called again? Get a bunch of enchanted books. Because I have a lectern, I have a librarian with mending, obviously, and infinity. And I was gonna get another one to flex on them.
True.
What y'all doing? Are your weaponsmiths still chilling?
I'm gonna stop. It'll ruin my frames.
And also, I'm not even breeding villagers. They just breed them by themselves at this point. I'm like, oh, okay, poggers.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I love when you can just AFK and everything just happens.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I walk into them, they're just going, and they're just breathing like, oh, okay, hey, how you doing? But yeah, it's pretty chill. All right, Chris, what enchantment you're trying to get for this librarian?
What?
What
traits?
Yeah, what enchanted books should I try to get
Oh,
for this
you
librarian?
want what's it called? You want the good one, the one that mending. You want mending.
I already have that.
Oh. Well, you have fortune. Well, I don't know. Do you have infinity for a bow or something?
Yeah.
But like, you don't need a book for that.
No, I already also have an infinity librarian as well.
Wow.
Maybe sharpness 5, right? Because sharpness is really hard to get.
Yeah, I guess sharpness 5.
Yeah, I came across it one time when I was cycling through the librarians, but I haven't found it again. I got another infinity guy, and also yeah, it's like I got I got Mendina for the first time, and then after that I was like, okay, cool. And then after that, I kept trying to get other ones, and I literally got like mending like 3 different times after that. I was like, okay, I don't need it that much, and I got sharpness 5 once, and I'm like, is sharpness 5 rarer than mending? Hello. I don't know. I don't care.
I just
one. I was gonna book for Lord.
Remember the answer to your question? Technically, you can't still dine with us because, or just come over because my mom and my sister and dad
Oh yeah,
don't
yes,
have
yes,
it
yes.
until
I was joshing around. I understand. It's
they're
okay.
cowards.
I will sit outside your driveway below your window, and I will be eating.
That's okay. We can just go to
Castaway. Go to
McDonald's.
Castaway.
Why? What do they have there?
Have you applied yet?
No.
Why not?
Because it's no point. I'm just gonna exist at Blaze till I work at CVS or something for my internship over summer.
That's valid.
I've applied to like 7 places.
Ooh.
I'm bound to get something, and if not, GG. I give up.
I was looking at the actual requirements for my job, and it says like 2 years of like server experience, and I'm like,
For what?
for my server job at Castaway.
Yeah, I know.
Like, and I was like, oh, I only have like a year of serving, and I have like 3 months of serving, and like
Because they
8
needed
months.
somebody cool or something.
Yeah, I don't even have the requirements for my own job, but I have the job nonetheless.
It'd be like that.
And that's what I call
That's what I'll tell
bloggers.
That's what I'll tell the CVS people and be like, yeah, I know a guy who doesn't even have the requirements for his job, so you can hire me.
So that makes me valid.
Mhm.
I'm trying to.
I have this 30-minute behavioral based interview on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, I saw.
CVS. So,
It's on the phone, right?
yeah.
Is this Wednesday you said?
Yep. It's like at 12 or something. 12:30. I like team.
I love teammates.
No, Daniel, please.
What does she actually say? In what language? Is it like
It's
Slovakian?
Swedish. I think. I don't know. I have to hear it again.
Swedish
I'll look
makes
at the.
sense.
Pretty sure it's Swedish.
What's the translation?
Actually, I mean, it's whatever Rhine is, which is also whatever Torbjorn is.
I think there's.
But I think they're German, actually.
Actually, that makes more sense because in the videos and everything, they're playing with the German.
Yeah.
German thing. I love Team Mech.
Thanks. Oh, they have a turret guy. No wonder I'm dying.
To what? Torbjorn or Bastion?
Yeah. Torbjorn.
I don't like Torbjorn. He's dumb and stupid.
I love playing him.
No,
You can just AFK and everything happens.
no. He's dumb and stupid.
Oh my god, we.
I can get blast protection for 50 diamonds.
Ooh. It's pretty good.
Sounds like a good deal to me.
It's a blast. Blast protection one.
The PlayStation 4.
Oh, okay. That's okay, I guess. Hardcore mode though, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I haven't gone to the Nether yet. I'm still gearing up in Diamond. I'm
Oh, wow.
enchanted Diamond before I even go in. Because last time I played a Hardcore World, I died in the Nether. I underestimated the strength of the piglins, the ones that disregarded
Oh, rip.
the gold armor with those guys, and then they went, and I was like, uh-oh, and I went, deep, and died. And I was like, this is poggers.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm definitely getting stronger now. I only have 1.5 armor on the little symbols left. Like, so that was almost in full armor.
Mhm.
Spend at least an hour on this world just literally. Here's I got prop 4. Should I keep prop 4 for enchanting or enchanted book? I don't know.
Proc 4?
Yeah.
It's Proc 4 is good.
Prop 4 is good. Should I keep it as a book?
Why?
Like should
Put
I
it
keep
into your armor.
Should I keep it? No, yeah. Should I keep it as a village? As a villager, I mean. That's what I'm
Oh
saying.
yeah.
Do you think it's a good villager to trade with?
Yeah, I would say so. Oh my god.
Oh, bless me.
That was such a good.
But then again, guys, he's gonna use it for 4 armor pieces, and that's it, you know. Then again, also, what else am I looking for? Shepherd's Sword, swords. Yeah. Should I keep it? Yeah. Why not? I don't even have anything to lock it in place. I need to get some.
Being destroyed by a brig. It's not fun.
Getting killed by brig is embarrassing. I would not kill
Yeah.
by
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
so I can jump off this.
Oh,
There's been, I
damn.
think there's a time I dashed try to get someone and I dashed off the edge of the map and I was like, oh, thank you, very cool. Alrighty, prot 4 it is.
Hmm?
Hmm?
Mm. Relax, Mom. Okay. Oh,
You sweepy?
no.
Are you sweepy weepy?
Oh, I forgot. I'm technically in class. I just loaded all in, but I forgot. Thank you.
Exceptional student.
Absolutely. I'm who the big guys want to hire. Just like in a meeting, just mutes everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna expand this main house. I have a bunch of sandstone. I'm just gonna expand it just to screw it because the villager space is really that. I want to give my villagers good spacing. You know? I
Yeah.
literally, I've used their homes and everything, and also just expanded inside of them, just to make optimal spaces for them, just so they feel at home. I don't put them in cages or anything. These are pasture free villagers I raise and breed. I don't even breed them, they just breed themselves.
Exactly,
They know
so it's
what's
okay.
good.
Hold on, I'm gonna check right now. Yeah, she's Swedish. Brig is
Okay. You
Swedish.
just
I switched my character just to see.
important.
See your voice line.
To say, Swedish.
Yes, Swedish.
Like the PewDiePie.
Oh, army died. That's her fault.
Who did?
Shouldn't have done that.
Who did?
Ooh. No.
What the heck? Someone stole my bed? Who stole my bed?
Oh my god.
Where's my bed? What the heck is it?
What is she doing over there, bro? Ah, yes, I'm asleep, of course.
Oh, hello, sleeping Shmuel.
No. Splash.
Splash out! That's what he says, right?
Huh?
It's what's his name? That's,
Oh, I think that Sigma just went AFK for some reason.
Poggers.
Lol. Okay, so their Mercy revived Sigma, who was still AFK, so I just killed him a second time.
Oh, that's sad. That's rough.
That is rough.
Feels bad, man.
Why did she ult like that? Oh my god, it's just so bad.
She's just it's not the way I would do it, it's terrible.
Hmm?
Chris be like, if you don't do stuff the way that I would do it, it's terrible. I am
Absolutely.
superior.
This is true. That's why I'm the manager.
Oh, you should put on your resume, Cake House Manager. I think they'd
Cake
really
House.
appreciate.
They're gonna be like, all right, so what does the kick house do? And I would be like, Valorant.
Oh my gosh! I wonder if anyone's actually put Discord moderator on like a resume.
Choose a
Like,
Discord
for
mod.
a serious job, like.
Bro, I'm sure people have, like high key.
I mean,
People do
except
anything.
for other like gaming stuff, maybe it's good, but in that industry, like other industries, like regular industries, I'm like someone plays Castaway. Yeah, I was a Discord moderator, so like I know how to manage people and deal with difficult people. So like, you can
Oh
basically
yeah.
hire me.
Smoke him out of there.
Playing Miss Ash.
No, someone else's. So
Uh,
why would I play as Ash? I hate her.
yeah, she's hard. Leon's like, yeah, I can headshot every single person, and I'm like, fire in the hole.
He's like, just aim for the head.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, thank you. I didn't think about doing that. Now my gaming experience will multiply by tenfolds. And I will become Grandmaster Radiant, Silver Global Elite.
Hey. Silver 20.
Silver 20. Okay, so I have sheep and everything, but the villagers only want gray and white sheep. So a couple times I've crossbreeded white and gray to get light gray. So now I need to selective breed only the specific colors. So I feel racist for selectively breeding the white sheep. But
Oh my god, I just destroyed a hog. That was so funny. Okay, yeah.
that's just showbiz, baby. So I selectively breed the white sheep and the gray sheep by themselves, and I can't inbreed the other ones. Okay, gray sheep. And oh gosh, gray sheep. No, gray sheep. Gray sheep. Okay, those two gray sheep.
Yes.
I too am Torbjorn.
Rally to me.
Rally to me.
I should probably pay attention to that PowerPoint. One of the main causes of team dysfunction is time pressure.
You guys are
Oh,
paying
I was pooped.
I should pay attention. Dies.
I literally didn't even like get to point. It was just me walking there and
Defeat.
defeat. That's all I hear.
At the end of the day, defeat. Rally to Yun.
Okay,
God, I love just
I have
teams
returned.
trying to come in head first.
Someone
It's
started
so
talking. I was
sad.
like, "What the heck? What is my professor?" So I go back to class.
You're like, oh, never mind then. Isn't this account?
All right, see ya later.
All right. Might as well sit down, Doc. Okay, I've turned back on the recording. Okay, good. All right, does anyone have any questions as we go forward? Okay. We've got into the next part of this thing. Current events. I showed 2 current events here today, besides what I brought. So I believe, so I have one from Sakshi, and I have one from Raul. Normally, I push them in here. No problem. All right, thanks, Daniel. All right, let me find these things. What I ask you to do is I ask you to send me the article and a summary, I hope. So I'm going to click on this one from Sakshi, see if it comes up. Can you guys see this on the screen? You're going to have to you're going to have to talk to me and tell me if you can see this on the screen.
No, it's just the live canvas help sign.
All right, thanks, Daniel. Okay.
You are now muted.
So, guys, what I'm going to have to ask you to do when I come back, I need you, instead of sending me a link, because links don't always copy into stuff, is I'm going to ask you to send me a copy of the article. All right, but go ahead, Sakshi. Go ahead and talk to me. Talk about your article. I did get a file posted in here, so hang on. Let me come up with a file. Let me come up with 2 links here. All right. So, what did I call this beast? Okay. So, this was the article. Go ahead, Sakshi, and talk about your article, please. Hello?
Today I'm going to be talking about my the article that I read, and it was about the situation with Dr. Seuss's 6 books that are apparently contain racial images and language. So in the article, The Reckoning with Dr. Seuss's Racist Imagery has been years in the making. Char Adams talks about different opinions and thoughts about Dr. Seuss's books. The business that was keeping Dr. Seuss's legacy going on Tuesday announced that they're going to stop the publication of his 6 books. Those 6 books are If I Ran the Zoo, and To Think That I Saw It on Mulberry Street, McElgott's Pool, On Beyond Zebra, Scrambled Eggs Super, and The Cat's Quizzer. The reason that these books are no longer going to be published is because they portray racist imagery and language. For example, in the book To Think That I Saw It on Mulberry Street, it has an illustration of a white man whipping a man of color. And then in another book of his that's on the list of the 6, it's called If I Ran the Zoo, and it has an image of a white boy holding a gun while standing on the heads of some Asian men. Even the publishers who publish his books had said that back in the 1930s to the late 1730s, they thought that his books were quite wrong and hurtful in the way that it portrayed people. Not only did the publishers view his work in a negative light, but also other writers. One author in particular said that Dr. Seuss, her name is Ebony Thomas, and she said that Dr. Seuss had grown around white supremacist culture, and that even our ancestors and elders try to protect us from racial works in terms of writing. And then she thinks that it's our duty to make sure that our kids are reading the right type of books. Even teachers and parents are worried that his books have a negative impact on children, especially because kids are very impressionable. And then some people, though, do. Also, Adam said that Adam stated in the article that kids at the age of 3 years old start to develop racial biases, and those ideas are fixed in their minds by age 7. He even said that in the research found kids at age 10 can start to show racial biases at adult levels. Some people, not everyone views his work in a negative light. Some people think that, um, well, even though his books are dehumanizing to certain groups of people, such as African American people, indigenous people, Jewish people, people of color, and Muslim people. Um, some people think that his books provide children with universal values, and then due to his books being almost, well, they're not gonna sell it anymore in stores. So because of that, recently on Amazon and Barnes and Noble, all of his books have sold out, and that's what I learned in the article. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Very good. All right. Does anyone have any questions for Sakshi? Okay. I'm going to roll up here to Raul. Hey, Raul, you get this right here. If you look in the chat, I don't know if you can see it. This is a link to Raul's article. So go ahead, Raul, and talk about your article, please.
It's a short article, basically, that tells that the UN ran a report on global food waste. And the report estimates 17% of the global production of food goes to waste, which is a lot. Is definitely a big number. And most of this food waste comes from the household, about 61%. And we're talking 931 million metric tons of food wasted in a year, which is, in this world where hunger is a problem, is definitely a sad story. The metrics are not exact because every country's metrics is different, so they're trying to establish metrics that could help the waste of food by creating, through the UN, creating new processes in order not to waste food. And the household, many times we do not eat leftovers, and we decide to go to takeout, so we throw away food. So basically, it's just a little bit sad that we waste so much food and so many other types of things that we just take for granted. So that's in a nutshell, the article.
Good job. Thank you. Okay. Any questions for Raul? All right. While we were on break, my wife came to talk to me a moment and said to me, hey, the CDC rolled out its new guidelines. So let me talk to you briefly about the new guidelines. This is an article I got. It says, this is, I took it from CBS News, I think. It says CDC releases new COVID guidelines for fully vaccinated people. The best news: fully vaccinated grandparents can visit safely with unvaccinated grandchildren. This is by Erica Edwards. People who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19 may safely gather with small groups from other households without wearing masks or physical distancing, even if those people have not yet had their shots, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention said Monday. This is the first federal public guidance aimed at resuming some kind of normal activity for people who have received both doses of the Pfizer or the Moderna shots, or one shot of the single-dose vaccination from Johnson & Johnson. A person is considered fully vaccinated 2 weeks after the final dose, giving the body time to build antibodies against the virus. Okay. So remember, 2 weeks after you get your second shot, you're probably fully vaccinated. For example, the CDC wrote in a statement, fully vaccinated grandparents can visit indoors with their unvaccinated healthy daughter and her healthy children without wearing masks or physical distancing, provided none of the unvaccinated family members are at risk of severe COVID-19. Those at high risk include people over 65 or those with underlying health problems such as heart disease or cancer. Okay. The new guidelines do not, however, suggest that fully vaccinated people can go back to life as it was in 2019. In public or around others who are vulnerable to COVID-19 complications, mitigation measures should remain status quo, the CDC said. Keep up with hand washing, wear masks in public places, and continue to adhere to physical distancing guidelines. Avoid crowded areas. Seek out COVID-19 testing if symptoms develop. What's more, vaccination does not mean people can move freely around the country. The CDC said people should continue to follow their local health department travel recommendations. I want to stress that we continue to have high levels of virus around the country, and more readily transmissible variants have now been confirmed in nearly every state, Walensky said. While we work to quickly vaccinate people more and more each day, we have to see this through. So they came out. Any thoughts? Any questions? Any ideas? Good deal, Daniel. Good deal. That's what counts. Get your first shot today. What am I going to tell you? Guys, if you can get them, get them. The other piece of advice on the shots, get whichever one they can give you. Don't, as we say in English, don't screw around. Okay. All right. What else do I have for you in current events? I saved a couple of them. What about food or travel? They talk about, an article about what it's like being a de facto cop in the sky. This was from a steward who worked on the airlines, talking about making sure you're wearing your mask, and you better wear it. And what happens if you don't wear your masks on board? One of the other things, a little bit of a travel thing. People like to go look at flowers, like to look at blooming flowers. Over there at there is a place called Flower Fields at Carlsbad Ranch, down in Carlsbad, California. How you can go down there and pay to see flowers. Go down and walk around the flowers, how they've reopened. That's if you're into that or you have a desire to go see it. What else can I tell you? Other current events. One of the things we talk, this next couple of current events are right on the money for this class. What's this class talking about? What's the main topic of this class?
Restaurant finance.
Cost control, right? Restaurant finance, yeah, Ro, but it's cost control, right? That's the main thing we're talking about, cost control. So, you know, we talk about in this class food, beverage, and labor cost control, and then we have that other category of costs that we talk about called other. So, could somebody give me a big example of what in today's restaurant business, what the newest and one of the biggest other expenses is? What if I told you no? How many people here order food for delivery? Use apps to order food online? Okay. No, bro, the biggest other current expense we're talking about the restaurant delivery apps, restaurant ordering apps. Talk about how much they cost, how much they charge you, how much they charge the restaurateur. So there's an article here in the LA Times called Want Takeout, Call the Restaurant. Delivery services are popular, but eateries benefit when you phone in orders to them instead. So what we're talking about in this article is if you use Uber Eats, Grubhub, Postmates, whatever, you guys, they'll deliver food, you pay for them, but they charge the restaurant a delivery fee. They charge them a commission. They talk about, let me give you a thought. They're talking about this restaurant called Ronan. It's an Italian restaurant on Melrose. They figured out that last year they spent $35,000 on delivery fees. That was a third of their rent. They're talking about in December, delivery apps accounted for 74% of their business. So, an example, the Cutlers who own this restaurant, they paid 18% fee per order caviar, 20% to Postmates, 18% to DoorDash, 20% to Uber Eats, and 3% to Talk, and they pay for Chow Now. So, think about it. This is a lot of money. If you're giving that much money to it, some places charged more. The city of Los Angeles restricts it to 20, but some of these restaurant delivery services wanted between 20 and 30% of each sale for their cut. Guys, you do the numbers. You think you can give that much money away on every order?
12 minus 27.
No. So some places they raised their prices for the delivery apps. They provide service. So remember, you want to
I forgot to tell
provide
you
money. You know, if you can order through somebody's own app or website,
the fun
do it, or
stuff.
call them on the phone.
My voice is being really loud. Let me turn.
Oh, okay.
I turned my Discord down as well. Yeah, I'm just turning Google Chrome. Yeah, what do you say? Yesterday.
Hold on. Okay. As I was driving down from
My Castaway.
Castaway,
Yeah.
I saw this small little white ball just bouncing towards my car as I was going down. I was like, "Oh, what's that?" And then it hit the other front of my car, and I was like, "That was a golf ball."
Oh
And
my gosh!
I was just kind of it was so close to hitting the window, and I'm amazed it didn't.
Did it damage anything?
I don't believe so,
Oh my
but
gosh!
it sure as heck was so close to doing it.
Oh my gosh! That would have been
So close.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Dude, I would have just stopped my car right there, climbed the fence, and just
Whoever hit that,
yell
your
at
mom's
to
a
whoever the heck
hoe.
did that.
Wow.
I'm
Unlucky.
I wish they hit it though, okay, so I could sue.
Chris is like, finally using my
Heard that.
business management skills to
Finally, money, stonks.
Oh, that's good.
You've had Apollo's breakfast burritos, right? Of course you have,
Yes,
right?
we had it when we went to Hilton.
To what?
That?
Hold on. Yeah. No, I didn't bite it. I just saw it. I didn't bite the meat. No. All right. What were you saying? When we went where?
I said I have had Apollo's burrito.
Oh, okay. But you would like saying some words.
Remember Hilton?
Oh.
Yes.
Yes, I do remember that.
We had some there.
Okay, cool. Very cool. Okay. Oh, look at the Ryan saying hi.
Okay,
I'm gonna poop and watch this. Okay.
Problem. I have the same problem you guys have at home. What's the biggest battle you have at home besides funky internet? Distractions. Everybody's got a little problem or whatever. Me, I leave the Raul, you know, I understand that. Close the door. Yeah. It's the phone, it's the whatever, people talking to you. Okay. So these are guys are talking about pandemic provisioning, lessons they learned. So different people learn different things. One was a guy, a chef named Rose Traor. He'll give you his. He said, I started cooking outside my comfort zone and doing things I never used to do. I would always just pop into the store, grab my ingredients, and then wing it. But the pandemic caused me to get in the habit of meal planning and made me more organized. I started shopping online, which I also never used to do because I was worried about the quality. But now I'm more comfortable with it. It's been a success. I'm getting good quality, and frankly, it's something that I've enjoyed. It's convenient, straight to my door. I've learned to understand ingredients a little more and take my time. If I'm not familiar with something, I'll pick up a book and learn more about it, broadening my knowledge and taking deep dives without being intimidated. So what was his thing doing? He says, one bird, 3 recipes, how to get the most from your roast chicken. Once he embraced meal planning, Chef Rose Trocor enjoyed exploring efficient ways to stretch a meal into more than one dish, giving the ingredients a fresh start each time. Here, Mr. Traore spins a lemony, buttery roast chicken into a za'atar-spiced, open-faced pita with yogurt and marinated cabbage. And once that chicken is picked clean, the carcass is ready for stock. Okay. This is just a way to stretch the dollar, thinking of what he's doing. So he had 3 recipes here. I don't know. I thought, they looked pretty good, but I thought his chicken stock was a little cheap because I always like to make chicken soup, not stock. Plates. Let me give you one more. This guy, Steve Sando, founder Rancho Gordo Specialty Food, Napa, California. I realize that a salad doesn't necessarily need to include lettuce. I really hate cleaning lettuce. It's kind of irritating, and lettuce is so temporary. I love using my mandolin and thinly slicing onions, fennel, carrots, and celery, and adding something luxurious like beans. I've also been shredding cabbage with a vegetable peeler. Cabbage is great because it lasts so long. I have eating by myself fatigue. Probably the first thing I bought was plastic tubs. I cook extra and give it away. I could suffer everything else, like not going to the movies or sporting event, if I could just have friends over for dinner. That's been the hardest part. We all should be getting our houses in order so we can do nothing but have a non-stop party when this is over. All right. So different people dealing with stuff. I'm trying to think what else to tell you or ask you. I don't know. Eating whatever their tablets, food, I don't know. Tropical infusion. They talked about reading and retreating, talking about going to Cuba, books about Cuba, music from Cuba, food from Cuba. Hey, I don't know. Drinks, whatever. Someday, if you have a chance, go to Cuba. All right. Hang on a second. You just stay there, Dogster. All right. Thoughts or questions, ideas? Okay. All right. Let me look at something here. All right. So far, we've had a few current events in this class. A couple people have done their current event. I've got a cookbook project here also, so we're moving right along. So we're good. Okay. Now we're into chapter 2, creating sales forecasts. You know, we can have an idea of what we're doing. How are we going to talk about create a sales forecast? What are we going to do? ESP, get your palm read, phrenology where I feel the bumps on your head? How about a cup of coffee? I'm going to read your coffee grounds. I'm going to read your tea leaves. So let's talk about how we create forecasts. Raul, you think that's funny, but sometimes that's what we do. Sometimes we're just guessing. All right. So, what are we going to do in this chapter? So, in this chapter, we're going to talk about the importance of forecasting sales. We're going to talk about sales histories. We're going to talk about maintaining sales histories. We're going to talk about sales variances. And we're going to talk about predicting future sales. Let's talk about the importance of forecasting sales. Why do we have to forecast sales? So we don't look bad all the time. Bad joke, but it's true. So we talk about it. We want to make sure we got the right amount of help. We want to make sure we got the right amount of food. We don't want to run out of food. We don't have too much. We don't have too little. So, forecasts of future sales are typically based on an operation sales history. So we take the data, it's like running a study, it's a study, and we analyze the data and make assumptions and projections. Okay. That's right. We use it to make a decision. Or to try and make a decision. Are we going to have more customers? We're going to have less customers. The sales forecast predicts the number of guests that will be served and the revenues that will be generated in a given future time period. Think about the weather. You look on your phone, you listen to the radio, go on the internet to check the weather, right? See if it's going to be rainy or cold, so you know what to wear. Is that a forecast? So we can talk about business, how much business there are. Something we worry about. The importance of it. Forecasting future sales addresses the important operation questions of how many guests will I serve? It's how many customers? What will they order? But I can also tell you the importance of forecasting sales is when will they order? When will they come? What days? If I can forecast my sales, I can also guess how much labor, how many employees I need. One wants to be as accurate as one can in forecasting. The more things we know and the more things we take into account, the better chance we have of achieving an accurate sales count. So in order to get an accurate sales count, an accurate sales projection, we need to have good data. To have good data, we need to pay attention to what we're doing. So, coming back across to it. So, accurate sales forecasts require accurate revenue estimates. So I need to know how many dollars in sales I have done or I'm going to do. I need to have improved ability to predict expenses. So what is an improved ability to predict expenses? It means I've got to keep track of my expenses. I've got to have a feel for them. I need to have greater efficiency in scheduling needed workers. So I got to pay attention to when I need my workers to come in. I need to know when people are there. I can't be too frugal, too cheap with employees. Because if I don't have enough employees, enough people taking orders, what happens? You got it, Raul. What happens with poor customer service? That's right, Sachi. When the line looks long, people leave. Or people bad reputation, poor service. But what happens is you don't have enough employees, people don't order as much food, fewer customers get served. Look, when I'm out roaming around doing stuff, what do I see? If the line's too long, I don't go. I go somewhere else. I don't stand in line. When you were sitting in restaurants, when we could dine in, you don't have enough employees, forget it. Okay. Greater efficient. If I have sales things, I can have greater efficiency in scheduling menu item production schedules. That means I know how much time it's going to take to produce something. I know how many I'm going to serve. Those are the things you want to do. You want to be ahead of the game. There's nothing like ordering food for a restaurant for a Monday delivery. You're almost out. It's on your lunch menu. And what time does your Monday delivery get there? After lunch. Accurate sales forecasts also tell us we have better accuracy in purchasing the correct amount of food for immediate use. If we have good sales forecasts and we know what people order, we know what to have on hand. Moving on. Additionally, if we have accurate sales forecasts, we know how much food to order, our inventories. It helps us budget our ability. It tells us how much we're going to spend when. We can figure it out more effectively. This is the one I don't believe. It says lower selling prices for guests because of increased operational efficiencies. theoretically, we can lower the prices because our labor costs have gone down. We can lower our prices because our food cost percentage has gone down because we have less waste. Theoretically, by lowering our costs of labor and food, we have more profit. We have more money we can spend for current facility maintenance and future growth. And hey, we lower our costs, we theoretically make more profit for the owner and whoever else, the stockholders, if we're a public company. Okay. Thoughts or questions? So those are some of the advantages of accurate sales forecasts. We're now going to talk about sales histories. What are sales histories? Sales histories tell us about the past. They tell us maybe how many customers we had, how many dollars we had, how many of different items we sold. So a sales history is a systematic recording of all sales achieved during a predetermined reporting accounting period. Okay. A lot of ways to do this. Today with a good point of sale system, a good computer system, what happens? You push a button and it'll tell you everything about it. It'll tell you how many dollars in sales you did, how many customers you had. It can tell you the items they ordered. They can tell you the hours and everything they ordered. Okay. The old days, before this, maybe some people still do it. We kept track of this on paper. You'd write on a calendar how many people came in for lunch, how many people came in for dinner. You might analyze the tickets to see how much they spent, what were the popular items. So today, computers have given us more data, but yet they don't deal with our gut. We try and make it a science and less an art. So sales histories can be created to record revenue, guests served, or both. When you create a sales history, you want to have it a reference. You want to be able to compare it day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year. You want to have an idea of comparing it. They show on the bottom of page 32 a sales history, what we've done, how many days. When you go over here to page 33, they show a sales history showing the numbers of customers. If you have sales histories, you can create an average sale per customer. Averages. It gives us an idea. So here we are, figure 2.2, showing their sales history, the days, showing the amounts, showing the week's total. Okay. Sales histories. An average or a mean is defined as the value arrived by adding the quantities in a series and dividing the sum of the quantities by the number of items in the series. Okay. Pretty quick. You add, it's like figuring out tips, taxes. Okay. When we are developing sales histories to develop averages, so we can compute averages for sales histories two ways. There's a fixed and a rolling average. A fixed average is for the same distinct period of time every time. So if we were going to do a daily fixed average of breakfast and we served breakfast every day from 7 to 9, that would be our fixed average. So a fixed average is an average for a specific fixed time period. The first 7 days of the month. The month of January. The month of February. Those are a fixed one. A rolling average is the average amount of sales or volume over a changing period of time. So a changing period of time would be the same number of days, but it would vary. So let me read you this. So a rolling average is the average amount of sales or volume over a changing period. A fixed average is computed using a specific or constant set of data, but a rolling average is computed using data that will change. Okay. Okay. So this is showing the chart. This is showing that the total sales divided by the total number of guests served is the average sales per guest. That's if you record both revenue and guest counts. Okay. So let me describe a fixed average. A fixed average is the first 15 days of every month. So we calculate our sales and our customers on the 1st through the 15th day, and that's a fixed amount. A rolling average would be for the past 15 days. So we would start days 1 through 15. When we got to day 16, it would be days 2 through 16. Those are rolling averages. Okay. We also have a thing, so we have weighted averages, we have rolling averages. So we can get an average for a certain day or a certain number of days. A weighted average. So we have a weighted, so we want to talk about when you create your sales history. Do you record the revenue, the guest counts, or both? Today, I recommend that you want to record the average, the revenue for every day and the number of guests every day. That way you can determine how many customers and an average sales. You get a weighted sales. So a weighted average weighs the number of guests served in different time periods with how much they spend in those same time periods. The weighted average sale per guest for 2 days is day 1 sales plus day 2 sales divided by day 1 sales divided plus day 2 sales. Does this make sense to you, this formula? Okay. Okay, so we've got that. So when we maintain, the more information we can put in to our sales history, the better decisions we can make. So things we often want to include when we're maintaining our sales histories. We want to talk about the revenue. We want to talk about the number of guests sold. We want to talk about, with these two things, revenue, the number of guests sold, we can figure out our average sales per guest. We can also, if we do it right, we can figure out which items sold, which ones didn't. We can also determine how many guests were served in a specific meal or time period. We can also determine the method of meal delivery. Did they come in and order it and eat it? Did they come in and take it out? Did we get it online? Did they call it in? However you want to develop information, we can pull it out. That's correct. You're going to use the information right here. The more information you have, you can calculate the past month or year's sales, depending on how much information you've saved. Okay. So, any questions on sales histories, developing sales histories, or maintaining sales histories? Okay. Now, let me, I think I normally would do something I describe something differently, but I'm not going to. Sales, now we get maintained sales histories. We've compared February of 2021 to February of 2020. And there's a difference in the amounts. So the difference in the sales periods are called sales variances. So sales variances are changes from previously experienced sales levels. So sales this period minus sales last period equals a sales variance. So just make sure that you're comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges. You know, if I compare January of 2020 to January of 2021, what happens? I've got the same number of days. You need to be careful. Well, what happens when I compare the month of February of 21 to February of 2020? What happens? Any, you know, we're comparing accounting periods to accounting periods, and I talked about comparing the January of 2020 to January of 2021, and I talked about comparing February of 2020 to February of 2021. What happens? Why can't we always do that? Since we're comparing sales periods, we're comparing a certain amount of time. The problem we have, and I picked on February for a reason, January always has the same number of days in it every year. February varies. About every 4 years, February has an extra day. So, you know, sometimes you get a variance in the number of days. A variance can create an extra day, can create a variance in sales, increase or decrease. That's right, Raul. So you got to make sure you're aware of it. So when you compare a month like February, you had a big decrease in 2020. But it really is this year's the big decrease. But 2020 had 29 days in the month of February. So if you're comparing February to February and you don't take into account that there's a variance in the number of days, you're going to show more sales in the month of February in a leap year because you have an extra day. And if you don't remember that, you'll count your customers and your dollars and you'll get a sales average that's incorrect. Okay. Okay. So remember, sales this year minus sales last year are equal to the variance. Okay. So we can do this, and variances are determined in terms of dollars and or customers. Dollars and or customers and or percentages. So a percentage variance indicates the percentage change in sales from one time period to the next. So the formulas here appear on page 40 and 41. So sales this period minus sales last period divided by the sales last period give us a percentage variance. Variance last pay variance divided by sales last period is equal to a percentage variance. Or sales this period divided by sales last period minus 1 gives you a percent variance. And it depends how we want to describe them. Okay. Thoughts on sales variances and how to calculate. Predicting, how are we going to predict future sales? We use a formula. For future revenue, a revenue forecast is calculated using the following formula. Sales last year plus sales times last year times a percent increase equals revenue forecast. Okay. Remember, sometimes we don't always have increases. Sometimes we have decreases. This can be a problem. Okay. Remember, when we do math, there's an order of operations. We always do the mathematical operation. We do the math inside the parentheses, inside the brackets first. So we always generate this number right here for the increase estimate. So we can do it this way. Sales last year times 1 plus the increase estimate equals the revenue forecast. Okay. So remember, Sakshi and others of you said to me, Mr. Ref, how did you generate the sales increase? And, I would talk a revenue increase, and I would tell you that the number times 1.05 or whatever, or we could do it the other way, sales times the percent increase, and you get a number and you add it. Yes. Okay. That's how we can forecast the increased revenue. Are we good there? Yeah, that's right. It was how we did it. It's which one of these formulas we wanted to use. Yes. Some people are more proficient at math than others. Some of us have practiced. To me, I would say I have a facility for doing math. So I can do a lot of it without bypassing many steps. Okay. Let's talk about cost control around the world on page 43. These cost control things around the world, sometimes they make sense, sometimes they don't. But they're neat little things to talk about. And they bring up things. So cost control around the world. Experienced food service managers working in the United States know that Mother's Day is the busiest day of the year for restaurants. An American food service managers' revenue forecast for that day would reflect this fact. But not every country celebrates Mother's Day, and there are some who do celebrate it, but choose to do it on a day other than the second Sunday in May. As a result, predicting future revenues when operating a restaurant in a foreign country requires managers to have a good understanding of that country's holidays, festivals, and special events. In many cases, these will be very different from those holidays celebrated or events held in the United States. To cite just one example, consider that on April 12, 1952, the Organization of American States and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, asked each country to declare a Children's Day, Dia del Niño, in Spanish. Bolivia selected April 12th, the same day on which the declaration was drafted, and Dia del Niño has been celebrated in Bolivia since 1955. Argentina celebrates Dia del Niño the second Sunday in August. In both Ecuador and Nicaragua, this holiday is celebrated on June 1st. While it is not celebrated in the United States, Dia del Niño is one of South America's biggest holidays. On that day, it is common for parents to visit their children at school, give the children small presents, and then take their families out to eat to celebrate the day. Certainly, food service managers working in South America need to be aware of when this special day is celebrated and plan accordingly if they are to accurately estimate their revenue and be ready for the big Dia del Niño crowds. Okay. Kind of an interesting little thing. So, here we are. We're talking about special holidays. We're talking about big, important holidays. They talk about Mother's Day being the biggest day in America, in the United States. And they talk about Mother's Day being celebrated on other days, in other places. Can somebody give me an example of another day that's celebrated as Mother's Day? Good, March 21st, yes. April 7th, yes. Right. Today's International Women's Day. March 22nd in England. Okay. How about May 10th? Does anybody here celebrate Mother's Day on May 10th? In Mexico and parts of Latin America, Mother's Day is celebrated on May 10th. So it's a fixed holiday, whereas here it floats. So do we have a holiday coming up this month, I think? I think there's a holiday coming up this month also. Okay. Yeah, we have a holiday coming up this month. Daniel, yeah, St. Patrick's Day. big day. Green beer, corned beef, and cabbage. But I think we have a holiday on Saturday the 20th of March. What do we have coming up on Saturday, March 20th? How about Nowruz? We have Nowruz, Persian New Year. It's the start of spring. Okay. I tell you that. We have Passover on the 27th. We have another floating holiday that comes out. What's another big holiday we have coming up near Mother's Day, before Mother's Day? This is one where it varies. You got it, Sakshi. Easter varies. It floats throughout the year. It's not a fixed day. So, and it depends which church you belong to, which day you celebrate Easter. I can remember one year there must have been about 3 or 4 different Easters. And then sometimes Easter's all the same. So I can tell you that Easter becomes a tricky day because it also can be a very big day for restaurants. Mother's Day is the biggest, but Easter Sunday is also a zoo. Not nice to say, but you think about some of these big restaurant holidays, they're zoos. So any thoughts about cost control around the world? Okay. Okay, so we projected future sales. Sales last year times the increase equals the revenue forecast. Now we're going to talk about predicting. They're showing how we're going to create the revenue increases. That's fine. This is on dollars. You know, the future guest count. We use that same formula. This is kind of washed out, but it's the same formula. We would use guest count last year plus guest count last year times the increase in the guest count equals the guest count. So we would use the same formula that we saw on page 42. We change it to read guest count last year plus guest count last year times the percent increase equals the guest count forecast. Or guest count last year times 1 plus the guest count increase estimate equals the guest count forecast. We're using the same formulas and coming up with the same, with different information by changing it. See, we're showing the variance. Guest count this year, we get a variance showing how it works. Okay. Let me talk to you about consider the costs on page 44. A 60-minute wait. You've got to be kidding, said the guest. I'm sorry, sir, replied Romy. We'll seat your party as quickly as possible. Romy was the dining room host at the Alamir restaurant. The Alamir featured Middle Eastern and North African cuisine. Guests loved the Alamir's chicken shawarma, baba ganoush, tabbouleh, and kibbeh. As a result, the restaurant was often very busy. When that happened, the line of guests waiting to be seated got long, and sometimes waiting customers got upset. Listen, replied the guest. I understand when places are busy, it can take a while to serve everyone. But look, nearly half of your dining room is empty. The tables just need to be cleared and reset. Yes, sir, replied Romy, but the workers we do have are clearing and resetting the tables as fast as they can. Then you need more dining room help. We'll just come back another time, said the guest as he left the restaurant along with his female dining companion and two small children in hand. I'm really very sorry, said Romy to the guest's back as he watched him leave. Romy thought to himself, this happens way too often. Assume that the Alamir does not have an effective sales forecast system in place. One, what will be the long-term impact on the revenue-generating ability of the restaurant if it consistently understaffs its dining room? That's right. You'll have a loss of customers. You know, the revenue, it'll drop. Lower profits, lower sales. People will be upset. Number two, what would be the long-term impact on Alamir's staff? They're going to earn less money because there are fewer customers, and fewer customers translates to fewer tips, which translates to less money. It also means there are lower profits, and it means that the restaurant may not be there, and you'll need fewer employees. Number three, sometimes even the best sales forecast can be inaccurate. What steps can managers take to ease the difficulties encountered when their sales forecasts prove to be incorrect? What do you do when you've got too many workers in a restaurant and business is slow? That's right. Daniel's on the money. You start cutting people. You ask people to go home. What happens when you don't have business is too good and you don't have enough enough help? What do you do? Daniel, you're a manager. Business is really busy. You don't have enough helpers. What do you do? Maybe you hire people, but it's at night. You call. Maybe you have help on call. Maybe you start going to the office and you start calling people. Could you come in? By chance, could you come in and help out? That's right. You call people that are on their off days, yes. Okay. So, the real thing I can tell you. This is an example of poor leadership. They aren't keeping track. But this guy, Rami, who's the dining room host, what would happen? You think maybe he should be clearing tables? You know, he should grab a bus cart, bus whatever, and he should be bussing tables too? Lead by example, yeah. It's the hustle. Be hustling. That's right. A good manager sometimes does the jobs that nobody else wants to, too. He's there. He leads by example. Too often, people don't want to work hard. You know, it's who you share your tips with. You know, you get tipped. It's who you give tips to. It's who you share with. Sometimes you gotta tell people thank you before they do the job. Sometimes people gotta know they're gonna be rewarded. It may just be as simple as please or thank you. I'll tell you I'll tell you a story that's similar to this. I was working as a general manager of a food company in Vernon. But mostly I was the warehouse manager. I kind of watched the warehouses. I walked around, but I dealt with whoever came in to talk to me, and whoever came in. And I worked at this place, and we had salesmen, and there were always salesmen calling in late orders that they'd come in and pick up and deliver, or they would be short. And I'd get these salesmen coming in, and they'd call in an order, say, hey, can we pick this up? Sure. And the guy would get there and he'd grab the ticket, and his truck or his car would be parked out there at the loading dock. Or they'd come in and say, hey, Brian, my truck's out there. Could you get one of the guys to load my truck? Say, okay. So I would go out there, and I knew all the guys. I say, hey, so-and-so's here. Would you load his truck? No, Brian. I don't want to. Say, okay. I say to him, why don't you want to do this? Or why won't you do it? Said the guys never say thank you. Never say please. You know, it's like I'm their slave. Said, okay. So rather than fight with my helpers, I'd load the guy's truck. And there would be times where the guy would say, Brian, you couldn't get one of the warehouse guys to load it? I say, no, I asked them. They told me you should load your own truck or load your own car. And the guy would get pushed out of shape. And the guys would say to me, Brian, not only does the guy not say please or thank you, he doesn't appreciate us. Work real hard and it thinks nothing. So I'd say to the guy, listen, you know, you have to say please or thank you. Maybe you shouldn't be a cheap ass. I'd tell him, maybe you should offer to buy a guy a snack or a drink. Guys were totally pushed out of shape. The worst you can do is offer, and they're going to tell you, no, thank you. everybody likes to be appreciated. You need to lead by example. That's what I do. That's what I did. So remember that. That's right, Raul. And if you do it, they're going to see you do it. All right, let me ask you a question. We're looking at all these funny things they're serving. What's baba ganoush? Does it have a couple of different names? Okay. Right, it's roasted eggplant dip. That's right, Raul. But that's because we know that name. What are some other names for the same thing? When you would talk to people about baba ganoush, the roasted eggplant dip, if you, depending on what they called it, would tell you where they were from. So I can say to you, sambal. There's some places called this sambal. How about potlagel? It all depends on where it comes from. One of the things we talk about North African food and Middle Eastern food. What are we eating here? How about the Ottoman Empire? Could we kind of talk about this being the food of the Ottoman Empire? Because at one time, the Ottoman Empire stretched all across North Africa, across into Southern Europe. So yeah, that's why we get similar foods as we go. All right, any other questions about consider the costs? Okay. Moving on to number 19. Next slide. We talked about predicting future sales. We talked about the guess, the percentage, etc. Talking about predicting future sales. So, remember, we use the sales history data from the sales history. The following formula is utilized to forecast future sales per guest. Last period's average sales per guest times the estimated increase in sales per guest. And that should give us the sales per guest forecast revenue, right? Guest count last year plus guest count last year times the percent increase. Estimate equals the guest count forecast. Or guest count guests last year times 1 plus the percentage increase equals the guest forecast. Okay. Forecasting the average. Forecasting the future average sales per guest. Last year's average guest sales per guest plus estimated increase in sales per guest equals the sales per guest forecast. So if we divide the revenue forecast by the guest count forecast, we'll get the average sales per guest forecast. on one moment. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. I was putting out a little fire on the campus. Okay. So, remembering, revenue forecast divided by guest count forecast is equal to the average sales per guest. Forecast. Okay. Questions or thoughts? Okay. All right. Now, so, when we predict, why do we predict them? What do we want to do when we're projecting future sales? So when we use them by themselves, sales histories aren't sufficient to accurately predict future sales. It gives us an idea maybe how many victims we're going to get. Maybe it'll give us some ideas. Well, we also got to put into our predicting future sales. We've got to figure out price changes. We can calculate price, figure out changes in price, new competitors, faculty renovations, improved selling programs, and other factors. So remember, we can calculate all this data. We can calculate new data using the data we have, but we have to take in other factors. We talk about changes. Are we going to raise our price? Are we going to lower our price? Are we going to have things that cost us more or less, our materials? Did a new restaurant open on the corner? Did we open a new restaurant? Is service improved or is it worsened? Hey, did we clean up our place, make it bright and airy? Or is it the same old dump? Did we train our helpers to sell better? Or are we advertising better? We're marketing. So there are all kinds of things that add up and affect our future sales. Okay. Thoughts or questions? All right. Let's look at green and growing on page 46. If your operation is going green and your customer counts are going up, don't be surprised. Customers are increasingly concerned about the quality of their environment. These customers also prefer to frequent food service operations that share their concerns and act on them. As a result, guest counts can be increased by undertaking green initiatives and then proudly letting customers know what your operation is doing. It is important to market your products and services directly to the rapidly growing market segment of educated, savvy consumers who care about the food they eat and their impact on the world around them. Implementing sustainable practices that focus on conservation as well as utilizing organic, seasonal, and locally grown products can help build customer and employee loyalty as well as boost profits. Okay. This is the story. That's a bad way of describing it. But this is marketing. Going green can be marketing. It's the story. It's talking about our free trade coffee from Mexico, our chocolate from Belize. It's whatever we're talking about. We talk about what we brought locally, or maybe how the restaurant has its own garden, or how we have a garden where we use the compost. These are all things we do. Okay. Thoughts on green and growing? Okay. But we've moved on to apply what you have learned on page 48. Pauline Cooper is a registered dietitian and the food service director at Memorial Hospital. Increasingly, the hospital's marketing efforts have emphasized its skills in treating diabetic patients. As a result, the number of diabetic meals served by Pauline's staff has been increasing. As a professional member of the hospital's management team, Pauline has been asked to report on how the hospital's diabetic treatment marketing efforts have affected her area. 1. How important is it that Pauline have historical records of the type of meals served by her staff and not merely the number of meals served? Why? Thoughts? Give me an idea. Why do you think it's important to record not only the type of meal served, but the number served also? Anybody else? Okay. Think about this. It helps to forecast profit, yes, Sakshi. To predict sales, yes, Svetlana. Be aware, that's right, Raul, to be aware of the variance. Think about it. You go to a restaurant where people order food. They're different priced items. They theoretically have different costs. And if we're selling food based on food cost percentage, they have different prices. But in the hospital, we get a certain amount of money for each victim, each patient. The meals cost different amounts of money. So, if we can keep track of the different kinds of meals we're serving and their costs, because they all have different costs, we can ask for more money down the road when our food costs are out of line. or if we need an increase in money for food. Okay. Question number 2. Assume that Pauline's per meal cost has been increasing because diabetic meals are more expensive to produce than regular meals. Could Pauline use sales histories to estimate the financial impact of serving additional diabetic meals in the future? How? Okay. What would happen is if we keep track of the diabetic meals and we show as the numbers of them increase and the numbers increase as a part of the total, they become a higher percentage. So the more diabetic meals we produce, which cost more money, the higher our average cost to produce a meal becomes. Does that make sense? Okay. Number 3. What are other reasons managers in a food service operation might keep detailed records of meal types, i.e. vegetarian, low sodium, gluten-free, and the like served, as well as the total number of meals served? That's right, purchasing control. But it's also production. So we know if we're making meals, we're making bulk meals, how many meals we should prepare. It gives us an idea of the percentages. Because we can make the greatest food in the world. But what happens if we don't have enough customers for it? Food waste, you got it. Employee meals, we trash stuff. That's not what we want to be doing. Okay. It also guides us. It also tells us what maybe we could combine meal types. We could have one item that did multiple things. Think about that. I know when we used to be on campus, we used to do some catering, and everybody and their brother had a problem. Everybody was screaming about this, that, or the other thing. Catering on campus was kind of like cooking at home. What do you remember about cooking at home? Some of you guys will understand this. Does it ever seem like when you cook at home that nobody's ever happy? No matter what you've cooked the wrong thing? Yeah, bro, you got it. Svetlana's gonna tell me the same. Are you gonna tell me the same thing, Svetlana? No matter what you cook, somebody's not happy? Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you don't. but you'd have to deal with everybody's little habits. Think you're a short order cook. So we used to combine stuff. Hey, vegetarians and vegans oftentimes got the same thing. Or sometimes we'd have vegan and vegetarian. How about the gluten-free types? It was really wild. So, you had to figure out what you were doing. So those are the things you need to remember. And hey, I've been to, I've cooked dinner. They're never happy. Then they're happy, but there's always somebody who wants something different. Okay. Thoughts so far? Let's move down to the next section on page 49. It's called For Your Consideration. Don't worry, we're going to get out of here early today. Don't worry, the end is in sight. Okay. Number 1. Many of the food items purchased by a food service manager are highly perishable. Breads, pastries, dairy, produce, meats, and seafood items are common examples. How would these inventory items and the entire operation be affected if a manager's sales forecasts were highly inaccurate or do not even exist? What would happen if I had bad sales forecasts on perishables? Okay, so what happens here is if you don't have good sales things, you can have too much product on hand and it'll go bad, or you can have not enough product on hand and you run out. So either way, you're in trouble money-wise. So this is why a lot of places have frozen products. They buy frozen, or they have frozen in the freezer. So if there's a problem, they can bring it out. This is what we call oftentimes safety stock. We'll talk about that as we go forward. We project what we're going to buy, what we're going to need, what we're going to produce. Think about this. At home, do you guys have a backup supply, emergency food, extra food? I think we call it earthquake food here in California. So, Karen, you run out of food every week when the last meal before you go shopping, everything's gone? That's right, canned food. You got it, Svetlana. No, okay. So oftentimes, what do we have? What's extra? Rice? I can remember people talking about the emergency food. My neighbors are from the Philippines. What did they always have in the freezer? And what did they always have? They always had rice. They always had shrimp, frozen shrimp. But we always had things like rice or beans. We had dried things, noodles, things that we could add water to that would get us through, that would feed us. That's what we would do. Um, Frozen bread. Who knows? All right. So that's what we can do. All right. Number 2. Worker scheduling in terms of both the number and types of workers needed to properly service guests is directly affected by the number of guests estimated to be served. How would the scheduling of workers be affected if a manager's sales forecasts were highly inaccurate or do not even exist?
Come in. What? Goes all the way to.
We have the wrong numbers of workers. We have too many workers at the wrong time, or not enough workers. Raul, don't be afraid of overtime. Everybody worries about overtime. Everybody's worried about getting the work done, is worried about labor costs. Sometimes you gotta have overtime. If you've got a lot of customers and it's busier than you think, overtime's okay. Remember, you gotta produce food. Does that make sense? Okay. My philosophy on overtime always was, did it pay for itself? Did it save money? Did it make me money? That's the key. So, if you don't have enough help, you don't make enough food. You have too much help, you can't serve, you've made too much food. So, if you got the right number of customer, right number of help, right amount of help, you're good. Okay. Sometimes you don't have enough help. It's a double-edged sword. You're busy and there's not enough help. The help gets burned out because they're always working. They're running. You say, I'm working too hard for the peanuts I'm earning. The other side is, I've got too much help and not enough labor, not enough customers. They walk, they're bored, they're frustrated. They aren't making enough money either. Say, I'm not making money. That's right. We have demoralized employees. You also kind of got a feel of how much money your employees need to make or want to make. That's your job too, is to help them make the right amount of money. Think about this. And I tell you this. I went to a meeting on campus last week. And they were talking in this meeting about the amount of money people make. How much more money people will make with a skills award, a certificate, an associate's degree, or a bachelor's degree. And one of the guys in the meeting talked about how this one getting a certificate might make you $3,000 a year more than not having the certificate. And the guy said, you can question this. He said, but I can tell you, I grew up on where money was always tight, where money was always hard to come by, where there was always, we never had enough money. He said, if my father had earned $3,000 a year more, he would have thought he was rich. So, that's why people work. They want to make money. If they don't make money, they leave you. It costs you more money to look for new employees and train them than it would to give them a pay raise. Okay. Thoughts? Also, happy employees who feel appreciated, work better. They work harder. I know, it's kind of hard to believe. But yeah. It's the thing. Think about the people you live with. How do you get them motivated to do things? What do you do to get somebody to do something? What do you offer them? What do you promise them? Raul, what do you promise your wife to get her to help you or be more cooperative?
Oh my God. Jewelry.
Jewelry. You spend money. You buy her a present. You offer her something.
But with my daughters, I threaten to take away their phones. So they do whatever I want.
Well, it's the carrot and the stick, but you ask them. Sometimes it's positive reinforcement. Sometimes it's negative reinforcement. That's right. You make a deal with them. Sometimes it's please, it's thank you. It's what you're going to get from them. It's what they do. It's your kids on the homework. You don't do your homework, I'm going to take your phone. Or, hey, hurry up and do your homework, and I'll make you something special. What do you want for dessert tonight? I had a friend that used to motivate his kid, offer him ice cream. His kid would do anything for ice cream. Sometimes, it's the threat. Sometimes you deal with your relatives and it's the threat and you say, I'm not going to do it. The threat's a better deal. My wife learned that with me. Sometimes it was easier not to do it. It was easier to live with the repercussions. Okay. Question number 3 for your consideration. The effective marketing of a food service operation is directly affected by the accuracy of the operation's sales forecasts. Why do you think this is true? Think about this. When we're doing marketing, when we're doing sales, we're advertising. What do we do? We oftentimes advertise for specials, advertise things when business is slow. We get people to come in and at times that aren't totally busy, or we offer something, a special item that people will get excited about and they'll want to come in. That's right. You're targeting it. You're advertising it. You'll know when to advertise. It's, they would talk about happy hours, late night dining, early bird specials, ladies' night out, senior citizen discounts. These are what we're targeting. We also can target items that we're getting a bargain on, or seasonal things. Okay. Do we have any questions or any thoughts? Okay. Let's take a deep breath here a moment here. Let's take a deep breath, relax a minute, and I'll talk to you about what we're going to do next week. So, next week, we're going to come to class on Monday morning, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, hopefully. Remember, next Sunday, Saturday night, Sunday morning, daylight savings time starts. So we're going to spring ahead. Okay. These are the things we're going to do. Okay. So the next week when you come in, we'll talk like we always talk. I'll ask you questions. I'll try and get answers from you. You'll try and get answers from me. We'll start the class by going over the homework from chapter 2. And if you look in the files in files, you'll notice that the PowerPoint and the homework for chapter 2 were already posted. So when you come back so you don't have to look for it, it'll be there. What'll happen later in the week, I will post the solutions to chapter 2 homework, and I'll post the PowerPoint and the homework for chapter 3. So next week, we'll come in. We'll go over the homework from chapter 2. We'll talk about current events and whatever else is on our mind. And then we'll talk about chapter 3. Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we're good. If you don't have any questions, I will see you next week. Take care and have a good week. Some of